All right, folks, so the question was asked, what are we making today? Today with the Hilltop Artists program, they have decided to focus on goblets and Venetian-styled artistry. So here in the center bench, we are working on putting one of those goblets together. You notice that big orange hole that they keep standing up and putting their blowpipes into. That is called the G-hole, or the rewarming station. The inside of that big orange circle, it's 2,300 degrees. No glass inside of there except for what we have on our blowpipes. All of that hot clear glass sits in our crucibles, these big silver bowls. And each one of those crucibles holds 1,000 pounds of liquid glass at 2,000 degrees, 24/7. And we have two of those crucibles here on the floor, one on the right side and one on the left. Currently, the left crucible is out of service. But when we have both of them up and running, we have 1 ton, 2,000 pounds of clear glass to use here on the floor at any given time. You notice, guys, that moving from the bench back to that rewarming chamber is something that we do very regularly. When the glass cools down to the point that it's nice and solid, doesn't move anymore, and we want to move some of that glass, we got to get it back into that rewarming chamber to make it nice and liquidy. So that's what you see our artists doing, getting up from that bench, moving back to the rewarming chamber, putting our sculptural piece in for just a little bit, and then they bring it back to the center bench where they continue to shape up those forms. That blue torch he just lit up, that is what we call the hot torch. And that hot torch runs between 4,000 and 5,000 degrees. So that flame is twice as hot as that big orange circle you see there in the center. All right, back to the center bench. Here we are, tuning up and moving that hot glass around, getting those sculptural design elements just the way the artist has in mind. And once our lead gaffer here in the center bench is comfortable with where that piece is, get it back into that rewarming chamber. Again, 2,300 degrees inside there. Big cylindrical tube full of thermal brick. It's a good fire brick to keep things from getting too hot. It is run on natural gas and forced air and operates in the studio only while we're here working. Now you compare that to our crucibles. We have one on the right-hand side of the studio. The one on the left is currently out of service. But each one of those crucibles holds 1,000 pounds of glass at 2,000 degrees, 24/7. All right, so here in front of you, we have two of our Hilltop artists getting ready to stretch out this hot glass. We're going to turn that into cane stringers. We'll start there on one side of the studio, and another one will back up this direction. We'll pull that hot glass into a thin rod, and they'll lay it across these wooden ladders to keep them from touching the ground. If it does, it'll chill that area and we could potentially break it at that location. So we use these little wooden ladders to give a little barrier between the cold ground and that hot glass. Right there at the center bench, you can hear that big, thunderous, fluffy torch. We call it a fluffy torch because the flames look big and fluffy. But there's nothing nice and comfortable about those flames. They're about 3,500 degrees. We use that big, fluffy torch to give a little bit of thermal energy to the outside of the sculptural form on which we are working. Currently, you see our gaffer there at the center bench, Gabe Feenan. He's using that fluffy torch to keep the connection between the blowpipe and our sculptural object above 1,000 degrees. If that connection drops below 1,000 degrees, we run a pretty good chance of having it crack and then losing all of our work. So from time to time, we use that big fluffy torch to keep it up, nice and hot. Keeps our sculpture there on the end of the blowpipe. Here in the left bench, we're working on what's called an encalmo cup. This is basically half of a sculptural design piece that we'll be using later on next week, or later on this week, rather. And getting those design pieces ready for that, and be in another day or two. Back here at the center bench, we're going to add what we call a punty to the bottom of this object. It means we're getting ready to move it off of the blowpipe and onto that solid rod, that punty rod. And here in a minute, you're going to see our artist reach behind him with some of those tongs, grab some water, and put it on that little constriction right off the end of that blowpipe. Creates some cracks in the surface. And then he'll use his tool to tap the very back end of it. And those cracks go all the way through, leave it on the other pipe. And now we can work on the opposite end of our sculpture. So back into that rewarming chamber at 2,300 degrees, gives us a little more thermal energy, makes things a little more saucy, gets them moving around. But before we really throw some heat energy into it, we want to make sure that the connection is nice and solid and turns on center, which is what we're doing here. Let me get it back into that rewarming chamber, put some more heat into that goblet form on which we're working. All right, so we use those shears to trim away some of the excess glass at the end of that form. And then we get it back into the rewarming chamber. Melt all of that crunchy glass from our cut marks away. And makes the end of that sculptural form a little bit more malleable. Something we can work with, continue to shape, draw out, and refine. And with that, we get back to the center bench, continue working. Here in the left bench, we continue to work on those encalmo cups that we'll see used later on this week. And over on the right-hand side, we continue to work on those cane stringers using those big wooden ladders that you see here on the floor. But back in the center bench, we're going to continue refining that goblet object they've been working on this morning. Opening it up just a little bit at a time. and then back into that 2,300 degree rewarming chamber. Again, using that big 3,500 degree fluffy torch. Keeps that connection point between our punty rod and our sculpture above 1,000 degrees. Remember, 1,000 degrees is that critical temperature where that glass connection will crack. So we got to keep it above that so our work stays on that blowpipe. A little bit more thermal energy there at the end of our glass form. Going to get it back into the bench using that pad we call paper, and that's exactly what it is. It is a stack of newspaper that's been folded over and soaked in water. And the moisture from the water that's in that pad, it allows us to create a perfectly shiny surface without any of those ripply chill marks that we see from time to time. We're going to add a lip wrap here, right over there on the very end. Oh no, not a wrap. Adding some more of those design elements that we'll use later to attach more glass to. Here at the center bench, we've come out of that rewarming chamber. Remember, that rewarming chamber sits at 2,300 degrees and runs for the duration of the time we're here in the studio. It does nothing really more than to impart that thermal energy into our sculptural piece. In addition to that, we have our artist here in the center bench, Gabe Feenan, currently using that fluffy torch, runs at about 3,500 degrees. And he's paying attention, very close attention, to that connection point between the puntee rod and our sculptural form. That connection is called the moil, and we have to keep the moil above 1,000 degrees. Otherwise, we risk having it crack. And a cracked moil very often results in the loss of our sculpture there at the end of the pipe. So from time to time, our artists will pay attention to that connection, making sure that we keep all of our hard work there at the end of the rod. Continue working on that back and forth between the rewarming chamber and the bench, adding those little sculptural design elements. Going to add another little layer here to the outside. And while that's happening, over here on the left-hand side of the studio, we're working on what we call encalmo cups, colored cups that we will use later on in the week and be jammed together to make additional sculptures. And over on the right-hand side of the studio, we have our local Hilltop artists working on stretching out some glass cane, making stringers that we'll be using later on in the week as well. Gabe has moved back to the center bench while Nick has got his gather of clear glass. It's been wrapped in different color. He's got that deep into that rewarming chamber, getting it nice and hot. So that when we get out, we can present that to the center bench and add more sculptural design elements. A little quick tap, and that hot glass sticks to hot glass. And then with a snip, we'll cut that away and continue working on that sculptural form. On the left-hand side, we've got a small bubble that we're working on adding a colored layer over the top. Get a little bit of that layer added, nice and stuck. We get it into that rewarming chamber to make things nice and hot, nice and liquidy. And then we'll bring it back out. Continue to roll that color down around that bubble, and then we'll inflate it so that we can break it away and use it later on in the encalmo process. You can see how we use that hot torch to really focus the thermal energy into those areas we need to move that glass. That hot torch runs at about 5,000 degrees, which is more than twice the temperature of the inside of that rewarming chamber or our crucible. You can understand how that really directs and brings that glass up to a working temperature very, very quickly. All right, and with that, we get it back into that rewarming chamber at 2,300 degrees for another all-over heat, something we like to call a flash. And then we back it out just a little bit, focusing that thermal energy and the blast furnace properties of that rewarming chamber right into the very end of that glass form that we're working. Over here in the left bench, we continue to work on that encalmo cup, making sure that that colored glass has been rolled all the way around that bubble. And get that back into the rewarming chamber here as well. And then on the right-hand side of the studio, they continue to work on pulling canes and stringers for the projects later on this week. All right, so as Eden moves off to the right-hand side of the studio to put on her protective equipment, I'm going to bring this sculptural item here at the center bench up to a good temperature. It's indicating that we are getting ready to tap this away from our punty and put it away for the evening. On the left-hand side of the studio, underneath the ramp, you see this large black box. It's called an annealer. The internal temperature of that annealer right now is right about 900 degrees, which is hot enough to keep the glass safe, but not hot enough to keep the glass moving. So the glass will be nice and solid when we put it in there. And that's where we're going to place it for the evening. And we get ready to leave at the end of the day, we'll hit a button on the side of the brain box. It'll run a program bringing the internal temperature of that annealer from that 900 degrees down to room temperature over the course of about 20 hours. So tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to see these items coming out of the annealer. Focusing a little thermal energy there at the very end, that connection point. We're going to use that water tap technique that we used earlier. I'm going to add a little bit of water there at that constriction point. That water is going to create some surface cracks in the glass, and then with a quick tap of our tool on that punty rod, those cracks will transect the rest of that connection point, leaving it in Eden's hands, where we'll put it away for the evening. We successfully box this up and close those doors and get a big round of applause. A little flame polish there on the bottom. And there we go into that annealer. All right, and that's where it'll sit for the next 20 hours. Let's hear it for these artists here. So that vase is going to be the first of a couple of projects that we're working here on the floor today. Today's theme is goblets and Venetian artistry. I have a couple of those goblets designed, drawn here on the floor as a reference point. Looks like we might be moving into the pink one here on the left-hand side. We've got Gabe, our lead gaffer here in the center bench, currently talking with artists, making sure that they both understand the vision and the process that they're going to go through. And a little bit more discussion before we get started here in earnest. On the left-hand side of the studio, we continue to work on those Incalmo cups that we'll be using later on in the week. Come out of that rewarming chamber back to the center bench. I'm going to use that wooden tool called the block to shape up the outside of our bubble. Now, those wooden tools are made out of a cherry or an apple wood most often. That nice tight grain in the wood holds the moisture from the water buckets that we soak them in. And when those wood fibers do burn, they tend to burn very smoothly and evenly, which allows us to use those blocks for years. One of the other properties that we're able to capitalize on with those blocks, because we soak them in the water, as that water in the wood fibers gets close to the hot glass, it creates a layer of steam, and that layer of steam allows the glass to sit and glide perfectly smooth, and allows us to give that nice shiny glassy finish to the outside of our sculptural items that we're so used to seeing. Now you compare that or contrast that with pieces of glass that are cooled, like we have going on here at the center bench on that steel marvering table. It'll create some ripples in the surface we call chill marks. And we get that bubble stuffed down deep into one of those little molds. We call them optic molds. It embosses the surface of that bubble and gives us some texture to work on. Very lightly blowing, making sure that bubble inflates ever so slightly. You see Gabe using that metal tool called the jacks to create a constriction. A constriction, or what we call a jack line, is the area of that sculpture that we're working on that will be used as the break-off point when we get ready to transfer it from this blow pipe onto a solid rod called a punty. On the right-hand side of the studio, we've got Nick going into one of our crucibles, adding a layer of glass to that solid rod. Each one of those crucibles runs at 2,100 degrees and runs 24/7. And with that gather of hot glass, we're going to add a design element to the bottom of what's going to become the bell of this goblet. And then back from the bench to the rewarming chamber, get a little bit more thermal energy into the end of that goblet we're working on. And then back to the center bench to continue shaping it up. All right, so back to the center bench. We've come from the rewarming chamber. We're doing a punty transfer, basically moving that goblet form from the blowpipe on which it currently sits to a solid rod on which Nick has gotten his hands. A quick little tap, we're away. And then into that rewarming chamber. Now, if you remember, the first thing into and the last thing out of the furnace is the hottest. In essence, all we have done is invert that piece, so the coldest portion is furthest from the artist now. So once they get the connection 100% where they want it, we'll get it back into the rewarming chamber and focus a lot of that thermal energy on the coldest portion of the glass so that we can then trim all the excess away and open up the goblet. So we've just cut away some of the excess from the lip of that goblet. We're going to get it back to the center bench after we're in the rewarming chamber. I'm going to refine that opening just a little bit, prep it for the next addition. And here we've got Eden coming back to the center bench and getting ready to apply a lip wrap. And with that, Gabe takes the entire thing back to the center rewarming chamber, melt all of that glass into the surface, and get the mouth of that goblet moving just a little bit. And then we'll get it back to the bench and open up the mouth. Using that metal tool called the jacks to really set the geometry of our goblet. And then back into the rewarming chamber for another all-over heat before we get back to the bench and continue shaping things up. So a quick rundown what's going on from left to right across the hot shop floor. Here on the left side, we're working on making some encalmo cups, some sculptural pieces that will be used later this week. Getting some assistance from Ben Cobb, the hot shop lead here at the Museum of Glass. At the center bench, we're continuing to work on our goblet forms. We've got the bell of that goblet put into that big silver box on the left side of the studio called our garage, waiting for the additional design elements to be created so we can put those together. And then here on the right-hand side of the studio, we are currently working on making some cane stringers, long glass rods full of color. It will be used again later on this week in another sculptural process. All right, so here in the center, we've got Gabe going into our crucible, picking up the first layer of glass. We call this a gather. So picking up the first gather of glass on that blowpipe. We'll roll it back and forth across that steel table called the marver. And then with a little puff and a cap, we blow a tiny bubble into that hot glass before we stuff it deep down into that optic mold, which embosses the surface, gives us a little bit of texture, makes our sculptural pieces that much more interesting. And then to the rewarming chamber, get some of that thermal energy in, then back to the bench where we'll continue to pull this stem out, working on the other design elements of this goblet. Back to the center bench where we're going to add a little bit of hot glass to the bottom of that bubble they just created. I'm going to refine that bit of glass and shape it up and get it ready for the next addition. All right, Nick is going back into that crucible for another first gather, this time on a blowpipe. Adding that first gather of glass to a blowpipe. And over to the marvering table to shape up the initial run of that. A little puff and cap to put a bubble in the end of it. Added a little bit of foil, then got it into that optic mold where we're going to flay it out and make the foot of this goblet. But we got to make sure that not only is the shape correct, but we've got to get the temperatures correct so that they stick together and join perfectly. With that pipe going vertical, it's a good indicator that Nick will present the other portion of that once he comes out of the rewarming chamber, and we'll get those two items stuck together. Quick tap, a little bit of a twist, and then with the shears, we'll snip the excess away. And then back into the rewarming chamber for another all-over heat. So you can see that dance that our artists do, continually going from that rewarming chamber to the bench and back, keeping that temperature nice and hot so the glass will bend it to our will. We also have to make sure that the connection point between our sculptural form and the pipe on which it resides stays above 1,000 degrees so that we don't risk losing our sculpture. In this case, the stem and the foot to our goblet. You get back in, throw some more of that thermal energy into the body of that stem, and we'll get it back to the bench and continue shaping up our form. On the left-hand side of the studio, we continue working on those Encalmo cups that will be used later on this week. And on the right-hand side of the studio, we're going to continue working on pulling those cane stringers, again, for items that will be used later on this week. Here at the center bench, using that MAP gas canister, really focus some of that thermal energy right at the very end of that stem. Coming back from that 2,300 degree rewarming chamber. Back to the center bench. We're refining the shape and form of that goblet. On the left-hand side, we have a clear bubble of a glass on the end of a blowpipe. We're getting ready to add a layer of color to the outside of that. Got that color way, way deep into that rewarming chamber, make it nice and liquidy so that when we add it to that bubble, it'll flow down around the outside of it. There we go. Colored glass is attached, a little snip and maybe a pat. And with that initial connection, we'll get it back into the rewarming chamber. Keep that glass nice and hot so we can continue to push it around our clear bubble and continue refining that Encalmo cup design. In the center bench, we're back into the rewarming chamber. Another trip there. All right, so here in the center bench, we're adding that little bubble form to the end of our stem. I'm going to get it back into the rewarming chamber. Remember that rewarming chamber runs at 2,300 degrees for the time that we're here in the studio. Once we get that thermal energy into the end of that design piece we've just added, we're going to neck it down, create a constriction, and get rid of the excess. Then we're going to open that bubble up into something a little bit more familiar. That will be the foot of the goblet that we'll be finishing up here in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Now we've got that bubble with the excess trimmed away. We've got a nice opening on the end so that we can get our metal tools called the jacks deep inside there and open it up ever so slightly and flare it out, create that foot. On the left-hand side of the studio, we'll continue to work on those encalmo cups, those colored glass cups that we're going to be using as a sculptural element in one of the other projects later this week. Currently, we're pulling out that bubble, drawing it out a little bit, trimming away the excess clear glass on the end of it, refining it. Back here in the center bench, we're going to add another little design element. Just a little bit of a lip wrap there on the end. Back into the rewarming chamber to melt in that lip wrap we just added. Make sure that that connection is absolutely seamless. And then we pull it out just a little bit so we can focus the thermal energy right at the end of that sculptural piece we're working on, using the blast furnace properties of that rewarming chamber. Focus the energy right down towards the very end. And then we get it back to the center bench and continue using that metal tool called the jacks to open that bubble up just a little bit and flare it out. All right, into and out of that rewarming chamber repeatedly. That super thin glass cools off very quick, so we have to get it into and out multiple times. Make sure that it's got enough thermal energy. We can continue to open it up and refine that form. Now here on the left-hand side, our artist is using a tool called the jacks to create a constriction off the end of that blowpipe. That constriction is called the jack line, and that jack line will be used later on as we get ready to break this cup away from the blowpipe. We've got to get that jack line in early because it is the furthest thing away from the fire. It's the last thing in and first thing out, which means that it will be the coldest portion of that glass. So we've got to get it done now so we can continue to work on that encalmo cup on the end. And then back into the center bench, you see we flared out that foot. Continue to refine that. And on the right-hand side of the studio, we have our Hilltop artists working on pulling out some colored glass stringers, making canes that will be used in another sculpture later on this week. Using a combination of the paddle and the jacks to set that the geometry of our goblet's foot. All right, so from the right-hand side of the studio, we can see that our artists have moved out here to the floor, and they are now stretching out these glass canes. All of this hot glass cools down very, very quickly. And the wooden ladders that we've got here on the floor, they serve as a barrier between that hot glass and the cold concrete. If we were to lay this directly on that cold concrete, we run the risk of having that glass rod shatter in different locations, lose all of our work. So to keep that from happening, we lay it across these wooden ladders. It allows it to cool down in its own time and preserves the integrity of that stringer. And back at the center bench, we have a return from the rewarming chamber. And at this point, we have done what is called a punty transfer. We have moved our stem from the blowpipe on which it was sitting to a solid rod. And we've attached that solid rod to the bottom center of the foot so that we'll be out of the way and unnoticeable when the goblet is complete. And currently, we are heating up the coldest portion of that glass, getting it ready to receive the bell of the goblet that we created earlier. And that bell is currently sitting here in this big silver box on the left-hand side of the studio. This big silver box, much like your garage at home, holds all of our spare parts. That's its name. We call it the garage. Inside that garage is about 1,000 degrees, and it holds our glass items in a ready state, but doesn't make them so hot that they're movable. In this particular case, we've made sure that that bell is nice and hot. Hot glass will stick to hot glass, has a difficult time sticking to everything else. And with the addition of that bell, we can get it back into the rewarming chamber, continue refining it. All right, and with Nick holding that fork in his hands, it looks like we're getting ready to move this goblet from the punty on which it resides to that annealing oven over on the left-hand side of the studio. So when we get a successful break here, move this away from the punty rod on which it sits onto that fork. It'd be an appropriate time for a big, loud round of applause for our artists here. You ready to do that in 1, 2, 3? All right, let's hear it for them. All right, and as that item goes into the annealing oven, and get ready to start our next item. Now, that annealing oven, like I said, has an internal temperature of about 850 degrees now, about 900 degrees when it comes fully up to temperature. And then when we leave this evening, we'll push a button on the brain box on the side of it. We'll take that 1,000 degrees internal temperature and bring it down to room temperature over the course of about 20 hours. So tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, we should be seeing these items come out of that annealer. And so here in our center bench, we're getting ready to start another goblet form. We've got a gather of clear glass on the end of a blowpipe. We got that deep into that rewarming chamber, making sure it's nice and hot and liquidy so it can get down into the bottom reaches of this optic mold. Now, this optic mold imparts a little bit of a texture into the surface of our glass items. Glass has a wonderful memory, and so it tends to retain that embossing all the way through the process, even though it gets nice and hot and liquidy. And with Gabe happy that with the temperature and the shape of that initial mold, get it back to the center bench, trim away the excess, and then back into that rewarming chamber. Now that rewarming chamber, folks, is 2,300 degrees, and it runs for the time that we're here in the studio. And if you contrast that with our crucible, which is just to the right of that rewarming chamber, that crucible holds 1,000 pounds of glass at 2,100 degrees, so slightly cooler. We have two of those crucibles here on the hot shop floor. One of them is currently being replaced and fixed, so we've only got one in service. But when we have everything up and running, the museum has got 2,000 pounds of liquid glass on the floor at any given time for our artists to use. And in this particular case, it carries only clear glass. There is no color inside of our crucibles. We add those colored elements later on here at the table or in one of our other booths throughout the shop. A little trial and error, not quite happy with the way that bell looked, so we're going to start again. Got a blowpipe from the right-hand side. We're going into that crucible for our first addition or gather of hot clear glass on the blowpipe. And we go from that crucible back to the pipe cooler. That pipe cooler is nothing more than a water bath for our pipes to lay in. Cools them off, makes it a little easier for us to get our hands close to the hot glass so we can roll that pipe back and forth at our bench. And it makes it a lot easier for us to carry those hot pipes around the studio floor when they're just a bit cooler. So with that, we've gone from the pipe cooler back to the big metal table we called the Marver. We shaped up the outside of our object. A little puff and cap to make sure that that bubble goes all the way into our hot glass. A quick run into the rewarming chamber to make sure it's just a little bit hotter. It's got to get nice and hot to get down into the deep portions of that mold. So stuff that in, quick inflation, and then a pull. And now we have texture back on the bell of our goblet. And back to the center bench where we use that metal tool called the jacks to set the outside geometry of that bubble. Back into the rewarming chamber for a nice all-over heat. Focus some of that thermal energy towards the end. And with a spin, we're using the centrifugal force to elongate that bubble and stretch it out just a little bit. And then using that tool called the jacks we just talked about to make a constriction off the end of that blowpipe. That constriction is called the jack line, and that will be the location from which we will add some water, a couple of drops, and then break this portion of the bell away when we get ready to separate it from the blowpipe. We'll talk about that as we come up to it. Right now, Gabe here at the center bench is using a little bit of a little piece of glass to emboss a circle on the bottom of that bell. We know exactly where to add this next little bit of glass to the bottom. Making sure that it's dead center. And with that, we'll continue to use the jacks to refine that addition and shape it up and get it ready for the next portion. And so Nick has put together a punty rod. We're going to move that bell away from the blowpipe on which it sat to a solid rod called a punty. In essence, we have inverted that glass form, the coldest portion of which is now furthest from the artist. So we've got to get it into that rewarming chamber, make it nice and hot, so that we can continue to shape things up and refine that bell. Going to get it nice and hot, bring it back to the bench. We're going to tweeze out the end, maybe use the shears to trim off the excess, potentially add another lip wrap on the end of it. We'll see that happen here in real time as we continue through. And here on the left-hand side, we're continuing to work on those colored Incalmo cups. Right now, we've got one of our Hilltop artists sitting at the bench with a bubble of clear glass on the end of that blowpipe, letting that bubble set up so it's got some structural integrity. While they're letting that happen, we've got another artist with a portion of colored glass deep into that rewarming chamber, making sure that it's nice and hot and liquidy, so that when we bring these two pieces together, that colored glass will flow around the clear bubble. And because we've let that clear bubble set up, it's got a little bit of structural integrity. It allows that colored glass to flow around it without distorting or collapsing, which is very important to our process. Back at the center bench, we've got that bell coming back. Going to use that tool called the jacks to set that geometry a little bit more. And we've got Eden coming back to the bench with that colored glass. Going to add a lip wrap to it. Once we get that wrap added, we'll trim it away and put the whole thing back in that rewarming chamber and melt all of that newly added glass into the surface of the bell. All right, back here at the center bench, we've just returned from that rewarming chamber, using that metal tool called the jacks to set the outside geometry of the bell. And over here on the left-hand side of the studio, we're continuing to work on that Incalmo cup process. Right now, we have stabbed up a bar of colored glass, and we are bringing it up to temperature. nice and liquidy so that we can lay it across the bubble and create that colored cup that we've been talking about. And over on the right-hand side of the studio, we've got our Hilltop Artists over there preparing to stretch out some more cane across these big wooden ladders that we've got here on the floor. We're using those shears to really refine that constriction. I'm going to tap this away onto a big plate. Now that plate is going to go here into this big silver box. Absolutely. Let's hear it for that. Now that bell is here in this big silver box. This silver box we call our garage. Not unlike your garage at home, we use it to store all of our parts, all of our spare parts, things that we're working on. So as that bell sits inside that garage at about 1,000 degrees, we're going to continue making the other design elements of this goblet, being the foot and the stem. And then later on, 20, 30 minutes down the road, we'll see both of those pieces being brought together to produce the final goblet form. As we work through that process here at the center bench, on the left-hand side of the studio, we've got one of our artists sitting in the bench tending to that bubble. Like I said, really letting the bubble set up so that it's got some structural integrity to it. And that way, when we add the colored glass to the outside of that bubble, it doesn't collapse or distort under the weight or heat of that new glass. The center bench, we've got that nice hot gather of glass on the blowpipe, rolled it back and forth across the marvering table, and then with a quick puff and cap, we add a little bit of a bubble into that. I'm going to roll it back and forth inside that box. That box has got foil, gold foil in there, and they rolled it across the surface of that gold foil. Add some interesting design elements to the goblet. And then out of the rewarming chamber, deep into that optic mold, embossing some texture into the surface of what will become the stem and foot of our goblet form. Using those diamond shears to create a constriction and to draw out that glass into something longer and more refined. All right, and over here on the left-hand side of the studio, we have just added that layer of colored glass to the outside of our clear bubble. We tapped it down a little bit and mushed it into the surface. Now we're going to get it deep into that rewarming chamber. Again, 2,100 degrees, 2,300 degrees in the rewarming chamber. Get that colored glass nice and hot and liquidy so that we can continue to push and roll that around the clear bubble. Meanwhile, here at the center bench, we're using that metal tool called the jacks to continue refining and setting the geometry of our foot and stem. And on the right-hand side, we continue to work on pulling out those long stringers of colored glass cane that will be used later on this week in another sculptural project. Quick flash at the center bench. We've got Nick with a hot glob of glass with just a little bit of colored frit rolled into the outside of it. So I'm going to present that to Gabe, and we're going to add a little disc of glass here at the end. And so here at the center bench, we continue to work on that foot and stem. We've got Gabe in the bench. We've got Nick at the booth picking up more foil on the outside. And with that foil wrapped around our new addition of glass, we'll get it into that rewarming chamber, get everything up to a nice hot liquidy temperature, and continue to work and refine the form. At center bench, we continue to work on that stem and foot, while here on the left-hand side, we have now added that layer of colored glass to the outside of our clear bubble. Again, we're letting this bubble set up nice and solid so that when we add the layer of clear, another layer of clear glass to the outside, that bubble doesn't distort or change under the pressure or the heat of that newly added layer of clear glass. So we'll see that gather being added to our Encalmo cup here at the right side crucible into the hot glass, and we rotate, scooping up all of that hot honey-like glass on the outside. And then we'll make a trip over to the pipe cooler on the right-hand side of the studio, and that pipe cooler is nothing more than a water bath. Serves to cool that pipe down, makes it a little bit easier for us to carry it around at the Hot Shop studio. It also allows us to work a little bit closer to that hot glass while we're sitting in the bench without burning our fingers. So we've got Gabe coming back here to the center bench, and Nick is currently inside that rewarming chamber with another layer of colored glass. We're going to add another disc to the stem here. Quick twist and a pull. We've got our next design element on there. We can refine that up, get it back into the rewarming chamber before we add our next design element to that goblet. Now on the left-hand side of the studio, we've got one of our Hilltop artists in the bench using that wooden tool called the block to shape up the Encalmo cup that they're making. People often ask, why do we use wooden tools if wood burns? Well, that wooden tool has those wonderful wood fibers very porous, and allows the water in the buckets behind our artists to penetrate. And when the water, the moisture in those blocks comes within close proximity of our hot glass, it creates a layer of steam on which our glass forms will glide, leaving behind a perfectly smooth finish without leaving behind any unsightly chill marks in the surfaces of our forms. Again, using that wooden block to shape up the outside of that Encalmo cup bubble. And here at the center bench, we're using the paddle and the jacks to refine that last added design element. And over on the right-hand side of the studio, we have our Hilltop Artists continuing to work on putting together colored glass stringers, pulling those out into long canes we'll use later in our process. We just saw Gabe using that tool called the jacks to create a small constriction off the end of that pipe called the jack line. And with that trip to the rewarming chamber, we've got Nick presenting that bubble to Gabe here at the center bench. A little quick tap and a turn, and some work with the shears. Snip that away from the pipe. And then we'll get it into the rewarming chamber, imparting that thermal energy into the foot and stem of this goblet. And creating another constriction there. We'll see that excess portion being tapped away, left on the ground, leaving kind of half a bubble there that we will then open up into the foot of our goblet. The combination of that MAP gas canister and our jacks, we start opening that foot ever so slightly. And over here on the left-hand side of the studio, we continue refining that Encalmo cup, pulling off all of the excess clear glass, getting rid of that, leaving a small opening so we can then open it up into the cup form that we're used to seeing. While here at the center bench, we continue to add those design elements, open up our goblet's foot a little bit. Currently adding a lip wrap to the very end of that foot. Back into the rewarming chamber to make sure that that new addition has been liquefied and joined perfectly with the rest of the bell. And then back to the center bench where we'll continue to open up that foot and flare it out, something more familiar. Using that MAP gas cannon to stir to put a little bit more thermal energy into the foot before we get into the rewarming chamber. Get it back to the bench and then flare it out a bit more. Using a combination of the jacks and that paddle to make sure that the foot is absolutely perfect. On the left-hand side, we continue to work on that encalmo process. We've trimmed away the excess. We've got a small opening into the body of that encalmo cup. I'm going to use those tweezers to open it up just a little bit more, trim away the excess, and continue refining that cup so we can use it later this week. Center bench, obviously we've got Gabe working out of that rewarming chamber, back and forth to that and then the bench, really working on refining the foot and stem of that goblet. And on the right-hand side, we continue to working on those colored stringers, pulling out long glass canes that we'll use again later on this week in another design. Now here in the center bench, it looks like we're getting pretty close on our foot and stem, which means we're going to be adding the bell here in a moment. Now that bell currently resides in this big silver box called the garage. The internal temperature of that garage is just about 1,000 degrees on the left-hand side, about 1,300, 1,400 on the right-hand side. And it serves as a means to keep our glass in a ready state, but not in a liquid state. So hot glass has a hard time sticking to much besides other hot items. So we've got to keep those glass pieces as close to the same temperature as possible. Make sure that that join happens. And we'll see that bell come to the center bench here shortly and be added. Before that happens, we got to make sure that the temperatures are right and make sure that the foot of that goblet is prepared and ready to receive the bell. In this particular case, we've got Nick working on a punty. It's a solid rod that will be used to support the goblet as we finish the addition of that bell. Turning on center, making sure that everything rotates on that same axis. And with a quick tap, we separate that from the blowpipe on which it was created, leaving it on that solid rod with Nick. Now we're going to get into that rewarming chamber, focus that thermal energy right down on the very end of the stem, making sure that it is up to temperature so that when we bring the bell from the garage, both of those items will stick together. And we've had a couple of different torches turned on here at the center bench. That big orange one, we call that the fluffy torch, runs at about 3,000 degrees. You contrast that with the hot torch, the small blue one. That hot torch runs at about 5,000 degrees, so more than double what we have in either the crucible or in our rewarming chambers. Again, that rewarming chamber is 2,300 degrees. Focusing that thermal energy at just the right location. All right, here comes the bell from the garage. With a good stick. We got those two items together, and you notice the connection is still pretty saucy, still pretty mobile. We got to continue to rotate that on axis, keep everything moving perfectly. And with the addition of that bell, we're getting close to putting away our goblet for the evening. On the left-hand side of the studio, underneath the ramp, we've got that big black box called the annealer. That annealer is set at about 900 degrees internal temperature right now. And when we leave for the evening, we'll push a button on the brain box that's on the side, and it'll take that internal temperature from 1,000 degrees down to room temperature over the course of about 20 hours. So we get it back into that rewarming chamber for one more all-over heat. And it looks like we're going to be ready to knock this away onto the fork that Nick is currently carrying. And once that happens, he's going to hot-foot it all the way to the left-hand side of the studio. It'll be an appropriate time for a big round of applause. Looks like everything is turning beautifully on axis. We're going to invert that, get the fork ready to go. Quick tap, 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Let's hear it for them. And like I said, folks, that'll sit in that garage for the next 20 or so hours. So we'll see that potentially come out tomorrow afternoon. Here at the center bench, we're kind of on a hiatus. We're going to do some color tests for another sculptural design element we're going to be working on later. On the right-hand side of the studio, the Hilltop Artists continue to pull those colored stringers, those colored canes out. And over here on the left-hand side, we're going to continue working those in Calmo cups. All right, folks, so here in the center bench, it looks like the hot shop team is going to take about an hour for lunch. I'm going to finish up some of the other projects in the outlying benches, and they'll go on to lunch as well. So we'll be seeing you back here just after 2 o'clock. All right, folks, welcome to the Museum of Glass here at the Hot Shop this afternoon. Appreciate you coming. My name is Jeremy. I'm the MC on the floor today. If you have any questions, please put your hands up. I'll do everything that I can in my power to answer your questions. And if I can't find the real answer, maybe I'll just tell you a fib and nobody will know. In studio today, we have members of the Hilltop Artists program. Hilltop Artists is a 501c3 program here in the Tacoma area. It reaches out to the youth here in Tacoma. I'm very happy to have them in studio today. We're running kind of on a theme type production scenario today. Here in the center bench, the theme that the artists have picked is goblets / Venetian style. So this morning we knocked out a couple of goblets. We did a beautiful vase. And we're going to continue more of that here in the center bench this afternoon. On the right-hand side of the studio, we have our Hilltop artists again. They'll be drawing out long stringers of cane-colored glass, getting ready for another sculpture later on this week. In a similar style, over here on the left-hand side of the studio, we have, again, our Hilltop artists making colored-in Calmo cups that will be used later on this week, again, in a different sculpture. As we come back from lunch, we'll begin the design process here at the center bench. A little trial and error a lot of times, but after the first couple of swings, we'll definitely knock this out of the park. Letting everybody filter back in from lunch. Again, if you have any questions, please raise your hands and I'll do everything to answer those questions for you. All right, folks, as we get started in earnest here in the center bench, there's been some discussion about the design process, exactly how this goblet form is going to turn out. We'll see how it goes as we work through it. Some challenges ahead, but the Hot Shop team here is more than capable of making this happen. Now, what has happened since we started talking is we have our lead gaffer here in the center bench, Gabe Feenan. here at the Museum of Glass. He's gone into that large crucible on the right-hand side of the studio and pulled up a gather or a collection of hot clear glass on the end of his blowpipe. And I mentioned that crucible. That crucible holds 1,000 pounds of glass at 2,100 degrees, 24/7. And if you compare that, contrast that with this large orange hole we have here in the center, we've also got two on either side. That is called the G hole, the glory hole, or the rewarming station. Rewarming station is a large metal cylinder lined with fire brick, runs on forced air and natural gas, operates at about 2,300 degrees, and is only on for the time that we're here in the studio working. It serves to impart thermal energy into the forms on which we're working, and allows us to keep that glass nice and hot and moving so we can form it up in accordance with what our artist's vision is. So far, we have added that layer of glass, or the gather of glass as it's called, to the end of that blowpipe. And we're refining that shape using the metal tool right now called the jacks. And with those jacks, we are making a constriction off the end of that blowpipe called the jack line. That jack line will serve as the location where we break this bell away from our blowpipe and leave it on a solid rod called a punty. We'll see that happen here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to make trips back and forth from the bench into that rewarming chamber just to get everything nice and hot and spicy and shape up the bell of our goblet. All right, so we're spending a little extra time outside the rewarming chamber here at the bench to let that bubble set up nice and strong, allowing us to add another portion of hot glass. Letting that bubble set up gives it a little structural integrity and allows us to add those additional hot glass elements without distorting or collapsing our bubble. and then using the tail end or the band of those jacks to really refine that new addition to that bell. Now here on the left-hand side of the studio, we're working on those encalmo cups, like I said. We've got one of our Hilltop artists currently resting on a clear glass bubble. Once they're happy with the initial shape of that bubble, they'll come back to the bench and really let that bubble set up and chill. At the same time that's happening, another member of that particular bench's team, they will retrieve a bit of colored glass and bring it up to a working temperature that they will then add to that clear bubble on the outside. We'll see that as it goes. Back here in the center bench, we've added another little design element to the bottom of the bell of this goblet. We're getting it back into that rewarming chamber for another all-over heat. We keep that glass moving, we can shape it up the way the artist would like to see it. And for those of you on the left-hand side of the studio that can see what's going on over here, we've got a very nice clear glass bubble on the end of a blowpipe awaiting the addition of that colored glass to the outside of it. So our colored glass and center bench, we continue to work on the design elements of that goblet form that they're working on. Here on the left-hand side, we've got this clear bubble setting up and our colored glass addition. It's coming up to temperature, getting it the right shape. And we'll put it back into that rewarming chamber one more time for another good all-over heat. Make it nice and soft and squishy. In center bench, we used a set of those shears to trim off the excess glass, kind of giving it a little bit more refinement, make it a little more delicate. And if this morning holds true this afternoon, it looks like we're going to be adding another wrap of glass to that newly exposed lip. Here on the left-hand side of the studio, we've got one nice color of glass being laid over that bubble. A little bit of a tap on top to make sure that it's stuck, and we'll throw that whole thing back in the rewarming chamber and get it up to a good working temperature. Make sure the colored glass has been fused to the clear bubble underneath. And we'll continue to roll that down to make that encalmo cup. Folks, do we have a Mary Clarfield in the audience? We have a found object of yours. All right, so when we move our blown or puffed up objects from those blowpipes to the solid rods like we have here, we still want to blow them up a little bit. You'll see our artists use that conical tool that they had there at the center bench called the Sophietta, or the little puffer. It allows us to put just a little bit more air in there. When we get it back into the rewarming chamber, make sure everything is nice and hot and spicy and liquidy. We'll get back to the bench and continue shaping up. Here on the left-hand side of the studio, we have the color on the outside of that clear bubble, and we're continuing to roll it down over the surface of that. Here in the center bench, we've got our head gaffer, Gabe Feenan, working diligently using that metal tool called the jacks, really setting the outside geometry of the bell of that goblet. And when he's happy with where it's at, we'll get it back into that rewarming chamber for another 2,300 degree all over heat. Keep things nice and spicy and malleable. All right, folks, so here at the center bench, we've got Gabe has gone into that crucible and pulled out a gather of glass, getting ready to add some more design elements. But before he did that, he ran over to a pipe cooler. It's nothing more than a water bath that we run our pipes through. Allows us to get our hands a little bit closer to the hot glass on which we're working, but it ultimately makes it a lot easier to carry those big, heavy bits of glass around the studio when we do get up to that level. We've gone from that marvering table, we've shaped up the outside, and now we're in the booth pulling up gold leaf, a little gold foil around the end of it. Going to get that tacked into the surface. Going to run back over to the rewarming chamber, get it all nice and hot so it all sticks together. And here on the left-hand side of the studio, we've got a couple of our Hilltop artists who have gone and added another layer of glass to the outside of the cup that they're working on. And in much the same way as we just saw the center bench do, this left bench is now running their pipe through a pipe cooler, again, so they can get their hands close to that glass. Makes it a lot easier to sit and work it in the bench. All right, so we've got an addition of some colored glass, a little wrap around the stem, if you will, in preparation for moving forward. And then back into that rewarming chamber to make sure that all of that hot glass melts and sticks together with the stuff that was already on the pipe. And over on the right-hand side of the studio, we've got those artists getting ready to pull out that cane stringer using these big wooden ladders here on the floor. We'll see that as it develops over the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. Here on the left-hand side of the studio, we've got one of our artists using that wooden tool called the block. That wooden tool is made out of cherry or apple wood most often. It's got a nice, dense fiber structure. It holds a lot of the water in between those fibers. And that water does something particularly special for us in that when the hot glass gets close to that water, it turns into a layer of steam and allows us to shape up the outside of our glass forms without leaving behind any unsightly chill marks in the surface. Yeah, so the question was, do we continue to soak those wooden tools even when we're not using them? Yes, actually we do. So underneath the ramp on the right-hand side of the studio, we have a large collection of wooden tools in those buckets, and yes, they stay in there while we're not using them. Keeps them from drying out, cracking, and ultimately burning when we do put the glass to them. So the question was, how long does it take to get the kilns up to temperature? And we have a number of different boxes in here that have different temperatures and different come-ups. So we have underneath the ramps on both sides of the studio, we have annealing ovens. Those sit at about 1,000 degrees. We have floor-loading annealers as well. We have this large silver box called the garage. Garage has, on the left-hand side, as you're looking at it, that's the cold side. It's about 900 degrees. On the right-hand side, it's 1,400 degrees. So different things for different applications. And when we start talking about the crucible where we keep all of our hot glass, that stays on 24/7. So 2,100 degrees, keeping 1,000 pounds of molten glass in a liquid state takes a lot. So we leave that on all the time. You contrast that with the rewarming chambers, the 3 large orange circles that you see. Those are completely empty on the inside except for some fire brick. It takes less than an hour really to get those up to 2,300 degrees. But yeah, it depends on the particular application. Yeah. So folks, if you're just coming in and joining us today, we have with us as our visiting artists for the week, members of the Hilltop Artists program. Program created by Dale Chihuly and Kristen Kaepernick about 32 years ago. The Museum of Glass here in Tacoma has been partnering with the Hilltop Artist program for the last 14 years. And the program was created to reach out to the youth of Tacoma, teach them glass, give them an appreciation of the art program. And in our particular case, our artists are creating sculptures, sculptural designs that will be auctioned off during the benefits luncheon that will be held on October 6th here in Tacoma. Using that metal tool called the jacks we talked about to really add those design elements into the stem of the goblet on which we're working. And then here in the left bench, we've got a couple of our artists using a tool called the paper, which is just that. It's a newspaper folded over 7 to 9 times, soaked in water. It allows us to shape our glass in much the same way as the other wooden tools that we have there at the bench. Again, the moisture from those that's been soaked into those papers creates a layer of steam. And that layer of steam provides a cushion on which our glass forms ride. Allows us to shape the outside without leaving behind any unsightly tool marks or chill marks in the surface of our forms. One of the questions we get asked an awful lot, folks, is what are we making today? For those of you who are just joining us, here in the center bench, we are working on some goblets or some Venetian design or Venetian style designs. In this particular case, we're working on the stem of a goblet. We have the bell of that goblet here in this silver box to my left-hand side. We call this box the garage, because not unlike your garage at home, it's where we keep all of our extra spare parts and things that we're working on, our little projects. In this particular case, the internal temperature of this garage is at about 1,000 degrees, 900-ish on the left side, 1,400-ish on the right-hand side. When we put our objects in there, because it's only 900 degrees, it keeps the glass in a ready and warm state, but it's not so hot that the glass is floppy and malleable. So whatever we put in there maintains its shape. In this particular case, we've got the bell of that goblet waiting for the addition to the stem on which we're working here at the center bench. On the right-hand side of the studio, we've got Nick going into our crucible with a solid punty rod, picking up a small gather of clear glass. He's going to run it through one of those little bowls there on the table, and those bowls hold chipped up glass called frit. It's one of the ways we are able to put those colors onto the outside of our clear glass forms. In this case, we're just melting a little bit of the color in there so we can add this design element in the middle of our stem. Refine that, make sure that we've got a good shape on that. We'll get the whole thing back into the rewarming chamber for another all-over heat to the outside. Again, remember that rewarming chamber is 2,300 degrees on the inside. Runs on forced air and natural gas and runs for the duration of the time that we're here in studio. You contrast that with our crucible. Normally we've got two here on the floor, but one of them is out of service currently, so we're working only out of the right side. Each one of those crucibles holds about 1,000 pounds of glass in a liquid state at about 2,100 degrees, 24/7. We're up and running. We have a full ton of liquid glass here on the floor at any given time. We're down to about half right now. So folks, the question was, not a lot of protective gear being worn here on the floor, no gloves, no long pants, things of that nature. It's all for a reason. You get down here on the hot shop floor and it's 100 degrees plus sitting in front of those rewarming stations. You want to stay as cool as possible. I will tell you from firsthand experience that sitting on a steel table that's been used all evening to roll out your glass forms, it becomes a very unfriendly thing when you sit on it with your shorts on and you give yourself a nice big burn on the back of your leg. So it is a self-correcting problem getting burnt here in the hot shop. Happens once or twice and then you learn really, really well from that. So the question is why is the Museum of Glass hot shop shaped like a cone? It harkens back to the days when there were lumber mills up and down Foss Waterway. And rather than recycling all the wood chips and sawdust and things the way they do now, they just burned it. And they were called wigwam burners, big cone-shaped things with these large bulbous nets across the top. It's more or less just a hat tip back to that, the architecture that used to be up and down Foss Waterway. Now, in our particular case, the design, or the architect took that design, tilted it 17 degrees, and then gave us what we've got today. So. All right, so back here in the center bench, we've got that large glowing torch going. We call that the fluffy torch. Our fluffy torch operates between 3,500 and 4,000 degrees. We contrast that with the other small torch just to its right that hasn't been lit up yet. We call that the hot torch. That hot torch has got a nice little blue flame that runs at about 5,000 degrees, so more than twice anything else in the studio. So right now we're adding a design element called a lip wrap to the very end of this bubble that we've opened up. Refines that lip a little bit. It doesn't leave behind all of the little crunchy bits of glass that are there after we use the shears. It covers that up, melts them all back in, and gives us a nice lip that we will not cut our lips on when using the glass. We get back into that rewarming chamber for a nice diffuse all over heat. Now, one of the things that you learn as a beginning glass artist is the connection point between our blowpipe and the glass form on which we're working is extremely important. And that little region has a name. It's called the moil. And we've got to keep the moil above 1,000 degrees or we risk having it crack and then losing all of our hard work at the end of that pipe. So from time to time, you'll see our artist reach behind it, grab that big fluffy torch and pay attention to that connection point. Or, in our particular case right now, we get the entire thing back into that rewarming chamber and keep it above that 1,000 degrees. Using that metal tool to set the geometry of the foot of our goblet stem. And because that glass is so thin, it sets up very quickly, and we have to get back into that rewarming chamber, back to the table, a lot more frequently than we would have to do if we had a larger object that was a little thicker, carried more of that heat with it. All right, you can see that hot torch and how very targeted that little tiny flame is. Allows us to push that thermal energy into very specific locations, which is what we're doing now. And while they finish working on the stem over here, on the left-hand side, we've got our garage that's being activated right now. Again, the internal temperature of that garage sits anywhere between 900 degrees on the left side to 1,400 degrees on the right, and it keeps our glass forms in a ready state, but not liquid state. So at 1,000 degrees, it is plenty warm enough to stick to other hot glass, but it's not warm enough for it to deform. Here at the center bench, we're going to add a couple of more design elements. We're going to move that stem onto a solid rod called a punty. And once we're happy with its condition on that punty, then we'll bring those two elements together, the stem and the bowl. And that will be the end of this particular goblet. But we've got some time before then, good 5 or 10 minutes before that happens. We're refining that foot. We have Nick currently in that rewarming chamber with that solid rod called the punty. That will be attached to the center of that foot. Hides it nice and deep in there so that when we finish, that little break-off area will not be seen. And with that puntey transfer, we now take the coldest portion of the glass that was closest to the pipe. We put that into that rewarming chamber to get that up to a working temperature. We'll refine that, make sure it is the proper temperature to be matched with our little bowl. And we'll put those two together. Using that 5,000 degree hot torch. And on the left-hand side of the studio, we're going to continue to make those in Calmo color cups. We'll be using later on in the week. And over there on the right-hand side, we've got our Hilltop Artists preparing to pull that big hot glob of glass in between two large pipes, stretching it out, making some colored cane stringers. You see that laid across the floor here in these big wooden ladders. And those wooden ladders provide a barrier, a thermal barrier between that hot glass rod and the cold concrete. If that rod was to lay directly on the concrete, we have a high likelihood that color differential would cause everything to crack and shatter. So we throw these wooden ladders down on the floor, give it a little bit more thermal durability, and allows it to cool down in its own time. So here at the center bench, we've got the bowl coming over, being presented. We're going to attach that there. All right. We're going to make sure that the connection is solid and that everything is turning on center. We'll get it back into the rewarming chamber for another all-over heat. It'll be one of the last things that we do before we get ready to break this piece away and put it away for the evening. When we get ready to do that, we're going to have a fork presented here at the center bench. That fork will hold the foot of the goblet, and they'll move as fast as they can over to the left side of the studio, that big black box underneath our ramp, our annealing oven we talked about. And that annealing oven sits at about 1,000 degrees internal temperature. Again, it keeps it nice and hot, but it doesn't keep it so hot as to make it floppy. So one last all-over heat. And get it back to the center bench. And when we break this piece away from the pipe and leaving it on that fork, it'd be a great time for a big round of applause. Now, while that's going on, we have a couple of our artists here on the right-hand side of the studio, pulling out that cane stringer. All right, let's hear it for the goblet. And into that annealing oven where it'll sit for the next day or so. When we leave this evening, we will push a button on the side of the brain box. It'll take that internal temperature from about 1,000 degrees to room temperature over the course of about 20 hours. So tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to see some of those items coming out of the annealing oven, similar to how we've got the annealing oven on the right-hand side of the studio open today. Pinch it, pull up. Gotta pinch it. All right, so we'll let this large cane stringer chill out for the next, 5 or 10 minutes. And then we'll come back and break it up into more manageable chunks and move it off to the sides of the studio. On the left-hand side of the studio, as we prepare these Encalmo cups, we've got a couple of the Hilltop artists here working on what's called an overlay. Essentially what they have done is created a small clear bubble, let that bubble set up nice and strong, and then they've added a layer of colored glass to the outside of it. And they're going through the process of rolling that colored glass around the outside of that colored bubble, turn that into a cup that will be used later on this week in another design. In a similar manner to that, the folks here on the right-hand side of the studio have been working on these cane stringers. Again, they will be taken back, broken apart into manageable chunks, and then used for another project later this week. So here in the center bench, we've picked up a gather of clear glass, shaped it up a little bit on that big steel table called the Marver, and then quickly dumped it into an optic mold, given it a little bit of breath pressure behind it to fill it up. And that has embossed the pattern that is on the inside of that optic mold into the surface of the glass. Here at the center bench, we took that bubble, got it nice and hot on the very end, and then inverted it a little bit, let the bubble collapse down onto itself, made it a little more squatty. In this particular case, using the force of gravity as a glass shaping tool, not so much an outside source. The question is, why is he doing short spurts of blowing into rather than long periods of blowing into it? Glass has, at temperature, it has basically the same viscosity as honey. And so if you put a little bit of a breath behind some honey, it'll blow out super quick. So that's why they go very short bursts, very measured, because it's very easy to let things get away from you. Yeah. So we've added a small collection of glass to the bottom center of this bell, this bubble that we're working on. It does a couple of things. Number one, it gives it a little bit more of a decorative element, but it also gives you a little bit more glass for you to attach to when we start putting the foot and the stem together. So currently the portion of that bubble that's attached to the blowpipe, that will become the lip of the goblet once we break it away. So the next thing that's going to happen here at the center bench is we're going to take that punty rod, and now it is a solid rod, doesn't have a hole in it, it's not a blowpipe. We're attaching it to the bottom, making sure that that connection is dead center, and that it's nice and strong. We'll give it a little bump and separate it from the blowpipe, leaving it on the punty rod And that will allow us to then work the mouth and the lip of the bell for our goblet. Got one arm of those tongs inside that bell, making sure that the connection is nice and solid, making sure that it is spinning on center. Then we get it back into the rewarming chamber for another heat, and we'll get it back to the bench and continue shaping up. While that's happening, we've had the folks from our left bench. They've now moved over to the right-hand side of the studio, and they're adding another gather of clear glass on the outside of the colored bubble that they're working with. Going to add that layer of clear. Once they're happy with the amount on the end of that pipe, they'll get it out of that crucible. And if things hold true, it'll be a direct run over to the pipe cooler. And here at the center bench, using those shears to trim off the excess from what will become the bell of our goblet. Then we get it back into the rewarming chamber to melt all of those little crunchy bits that hadn't fallen off yet into the surface. Again, getting it up to speed, up to temperature, so that we can continue to flare it out and work on the geometry of that bell. On the left-hand side of the studio, we're continuing to work on those Encalmo cups. And our artist in the bench is using a tool called the block. Now, that block is wood. A lot of questions about why we use wood when we, talk about 2300 degree glass. Doesn't it deteriorate and get rid of it? Yeah, it absolutely does. But we use a technique soaking it in water in order to help preserve the fibers of those wooden tools. And the fibers of those wood tools do something awesome for us in that they absorb the moisture from the water, and when the hot glass that we're working on comes into close proximity, it turns that moisture into steam, gives us a nice cushion of steam for our glass forms to ride on, which allows us to then have a completely shiny and unblemished surface that you might otherwise get with a different technique that uses either tools or another material to cool the glass, which leaves behind unsightly chill marks, tool marks in the surface. So using the moisture in the fibers in the wood helps us to give us that beautifully clear, shiny surface. Center bench, we're using the tool called the jacks and that paddle to set the geometry of our bell. And the application of the MAP gas canister, again, focusing some of that thermal energy in a very directed way further down the stem. All right, looks like we're coming to the completion of the bell. Going to tap this onto a metal plate, and that metal plate will then be placed here in our garage. We'll keep that bell in a beautifully hot state at about 1,000 degrees. Absolutely. Let's hear it for the team. It'll keep that bell at about 1,000 degrees, so it's in a ready state, but not so hot as to distort underneath all of that temperature on the inside. We're going to let that bell chill while we get the stem and foot ready. Be the next step here at the center bench. All right, folks, so here at the center bench, just before lunch, we did a couple of color tests in preparation for this. We'll see how the rest of this process works out, but what we're going to do now is we're going to try and create a bird. So we're going to make a bird out of glass here. We'll see how that works. We've started with a gather of clear glass. We've rolled that clear glass through our chipped up colored glass called frit. We're gonna have a small coating on the outside of that. And then we've run over to our pipe cooler on the right-hand side of the studio to run that blowpipe through, that punty rod. Just ran that through the water bath. Allows us to get our hands a little bit closer to the objects on which we're working. And makes it a little easier to carry those pipes around the hot shop floor. Going back into the crucible. Again, those crucibles run at 2,100 degrees, 24/7. We don't shut them off. And what we just did there is called a strip gather. So we gathered up a layer of clear glass. We didn't need the excess on it, so we used the force of gravity to pull all of that liquidy honey type glass off the end. Leaves it in our recycling bucket, so when it cools down, we can break it up and put it back into our crucibles. Don't need any waste if we don't have to. And then we've gone back into that bowl full of chipped up glass, again called frit, adding another layer, a little more depth of color to the outside of the bird form on which Nick will be working. So a common misconception is that just putting that liquid honey inside that frit allows it to stick to the outside. It's not necessarily true. That frit has to be brought up to temperature in order for them to stick together. Hot glass really only likes to stick to other hot things. So in this particular case, when we roll that hot glass through the powder, what it's doing is heating up the very corners of that frit, allowing it to stick into the surface. So we do that, allow a little bit to stick, we get it back into the rewarming chamber, melt it into the surface, back in for another roll in the frit, deepening that color and making it much more vibrant and intense. Here on the left-hand side of the studio, we're still working on those Incalmo cups. In this particular case, we're getting ready to do a punty transfer. A couple of water drops on the constriction at the end of that blowpipe, and a quick tap of the tool just to the back side of that will allow the surface cracks created by those water drops to go all the way through that section, leaving that cup on the punty rod of the other gaffer here at the left-hand bench. And because the coldest part of the glass is now furthest away from the artist, we got to get it back into that rewarming chamber, bring it up to that nice workable temperature. We can continue refining it and making it what we need for our sculpture later on this week. Again, back in the center bench, we've taken a couple of rolls through that chipped up colored glass called frit, getting it nice and hot, letting it melt into the surface. And now we stuck that frit rolled gather of glass into an optic mold there on the floor and embossed the surface of that glass and left behind the geometric pattern. We've taken that gather and moved all the way off to the left-hand side of the studio on the outside into our powder booth. It allows us to add an additional layer of color, a little more depth on the outside, but we put it in that vented booth in order to pull all of that powdered glass out of the air. That powdered glass can get down into the deep portions of your lungs and creates a condition called silicosis. Silicosis is not something that you come back from. So we use that vented hood on the other side to keep our glass artists safe. Once we've got that powder sufficiently surrounding and covering the outside of our glass form, we've moved back here to the center bench, get it into that rewarming chamber to revitrify all of that cold glass. We got Nick here at the center bench, adding another layer of frit to the outside of that form on which he's working. On the left-hand side of the studio, we've got our Hilltop Artists putting the finishing touches on this Incalmo cup, getting ready to put it away for the evening. Again, those Incalmo cups will be used later this week in another design. We got to get them made today so that they're nice and cool for tomorrow when we pull them out of the annealing oven. We can be able to use them. On the left-hand side of the studio, we've got one of our artists using that tool called the paper, and it is exactly that. It's a newspaper. It's been folded 7 to 9 times and soaked in water. It allows us to shape our glass forms in a very specific way. Again, in the same way that our wooden tools hold the moisture from the buckets behind us, so too does the paper. It allows us to shape the glass in a very targeted way, and again, leaves behind a perfectly smooth surface because of the cushion of steam that's created when that hot glass gets within proximity of our water. On the right-hand side of the studio, we've got some cane stretching going on. Added some colored glass into a big glob at the end of that pipe. And now using the force of gravity, we're stretching it out. We're going to let it cool down and then break it into manageable chunks so that we can use it to add color to our objects later on this week. Now you notice that big orange torch. We got one both at the center and the right-hand bench. Those torches, we call them fluffy torches. Absolutely, let's hear it for them. Heading over to that annealing oven on the left-hand side of the studio. Now that annealing oven, or an annealer as we call it, has an internal temperature of about 1,000 degrees. And we put all of our glass objects in there throughout the day. It holds them in a ready state until we leave in the evening. When we leave, we push a button on the side of the brain box there on the annealer, and it brings that 1,000 degrees down to room temperature over the course of about 20 hours in this particular case. So tomorrow afternoon, we should be seeing some of these sculptural elements coming out of that annealer, getting prepped and ready for use later on this week. Here at the center bench, we continue to make trips back and forth to that rewarming chamber and the colored glass on the table. And then we get it back into that rewarming chamber to melt that glass back into the surface. Here on the left-hand side of the studio, we've got the lead hot shop coordinator here, Ben Cobb, providing some guidance and instruction on this Incalmo cup. Meanwhile, here at the center bench, Nick continues to work on that bird form. All right, folks, going left to right. Over here on the left-hand side of the studio, putting the finishing touches on the last of that Encalmo cup. Here in the center bench, Nick continues to refine that bird form he's working on for our next project. And over on the right-hand side of the studio, again, we have members of that Hilltop Artists program putting together clear and colored glass stringers. Little bits of cane ready for other projects later on this week. Right on the right-hand side of the studio, we have just gone into that color oven and picked up a bunch of stringers that we're going to be pulling into long canes. The center bench, Nick continues to work on that bird form. Using that hot torch, comes in at about 5,000 degrees, more than twice as hot as anything else we've got in the studio. And then again, here on the right-hand side of the studio, we've got one of our artists running their pipe through the pipe cooler. Again, nothing more than a water bath. Allows us to cool that pipe off. It makes it a lot easier for us to get our hands close to the glass on which we're working. Makes it easier for us to carry those hot pipes around the Hot Shop studio floor. Not much. You see Nick using that big torch we call the fluffy torch. Focusing the energy of that fluffy torch around the connection point between the bird form on which he's working and the pipe on which it rests. That connection point is called the moil, and it's critical that we keep that moil above 1,000 degrees. If it drops below that, we run the risk of having that moil crack, and then we'll lose all of our hard work on the end of it. So from time to time, our artist will do a couple of things, either pay attention to it with that big fluffy torch. Again, runs about 3,500 degrees. Or in that particular case, we'll throw the entire thing deep into that rewarming chamber to give it a much more diffuse all over heat. Added a bit of clear glass at the end of that bird form. Gives it a little more meat to it, if you will. Something a little thicker. It protects the glass underneath it. On the left-hand side of the studio, we continue to work on those Encalmo cups. We got one of our artists is working with clear glass, blowing a bubble into the end of that blowpipe. Once that bubble has been created, our artist will sit and tend to that bubble until it cools down. It gets nice and solid on the outside, still over 1,000 degrees. So the glass is ready. The glass will stick to other hot glass, but it's not so hot that it will deform, and that's important. So when we add that additional color on the outside of that clear bubble, we want to make sure that the bubble we've got doesn't deform or collapse. So we sit at the bench and we let it set up a little bit. Gives it some structural integrity so we can continue working. Now here in the center bench, again, back from that rewarming chamber, and we continue to work those design elements of the bird. And on the right-hand side of the studio, you can see Gabe is using that MAP gas torch on the punchy rod, getting it nice and hot, making sure that the hot glass that's there will stick to the hot glass that's here at the center bench. We'll bring these two together, move that bird off of the rod on which it sits onto Gabe's solid punchy rod, and continue to shape up the head and beak form of that bird form. So a quick attachment there. Create a little temperature differential with those shears, and a quick tap will allow it to be broken away and sit with Gabe. And now the coldest portion of that glass is the furthest from the artist. First thing in, last thing out is hottest. Last thing in, first thing out is the coolest, and we've just inverted that piece. So now we have to heat up the head of that bird form, bring it up to a good workable temperature, so that we can continue to shape it. On the left-hand side, in the left bench, we have just added that color application to the outside of our clear bubble, gotten it back into the rewarming chamber to make sure that it stays very hot and very malleable. And once we're happy with a little more thermal energy in it, we'll get it onto the marvering table and continue to roll that color around our clear bubble. right, folks, so here in the center bench, we've just added the beak form, or will be adding the beak form to this bird. Continue working on that goblet. Over on the right-hand side of the studio, we continue to work on pulling out those cane stringers that are going to be used later on this week. And over here on the far left side, we continue to work on these Encalmo cups. Currently, we have the artist from that bench making his way over to the crucible. That crucible on the right-hand side of the studio holds 1,000 pounds of glass in a molten state, 2,100 degrees, 24/7. Normally, we have two of those crucibles on the floor, but one of them is currently out of action in the process of repairing and replacing it. And with that additional layer of clear glass on the outside, we're going to move back to the left-hand side of the studio. We're going to refine that new gather of glass. In this particular case, we're using a wooden tool called the block in order to do that. Now, our blocks are made out of either apple or cherry wood. It's a nice tight wood grain, and it allows it to burn and burn evenly. So we have the ability to use that block tool for years and years potentially. The other thing that people find interesting is that we soak our wooden tools in the buckets of water behind our artists. It does a number of things. First and foremost, the moisture helps to preserve those tools. But more importantly, I've found it's that the moisture that is turned into steam when that hot glass gets close to that moisture creates a nice bubble or a layer of air for our glass forms to ride on, which allows us to create a perfectly smooth and shiny surface without leaving behind any tool marks or unsightly chill marks in the surface of our form. Coming back here to the center bench, working on that bird form a little bit more. You notice that Nick has fired up the hot torch. Now that hot torch runs at about 5,000 degrees, so more than twice as hot as either our crucible or our rewarming chamber. Quite easily one of the hottest, if not the hottest tool in the shop. And on the right-hand side of the studio, you notice we are using the force of gravity to pull and elongate some of those colored canes rather than draw them out into tiny fiber optic filaments the way you see here on the floor with these wooden ladders. We're using force of gravity in just a little bit shorter distance to keep that cane a little bit thicker. It's going to provide us the ability to add some additional or different design elements to our sculptural forms that will be coming later on this week. So they're being brought from the right-hand side to the left-hand side into that big black box called the annealing oven, or our annealer. Got 4 of them here on the floor. The one on the left-hand side of the studio is the only one that's running right now, and it's sitting at about 1,000 degrees internal temperature. When we get ready to leave for the evening, we will push a button on the brain box on the side of that annealer, and it'll take that 1,000 degrees down to room temperature over the course of about 20 hours or so. So tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to see some of these items coming out of that annealer ready for use. Here at the center bench, we're using another application of that hot torch. Force some very targeted thermal energy into our glass form. On the left-hand side, we're continuing to work on those Encalmo cups. And on the right-hand side, we will continue to work pulling those colored stringers out in preparation for later this week. Using that hot torch and a little bit of stringer, a little bit of cane. Going to add some design elements to this bird form. Meanwhile, here on the left-hand side of the studio, we continue to work that Encalmo cup in this particular case. We're using that metal tool called the jacks. That jack was used to create a jack line or a small constriction off the end of that blowpipe. And that constriction will serve as the break-off location when we get ready to separate this cup and continue working on the opposite end. Here in the center bench, we continue to add those design elements to our bird form. And on the right-hand side, continue to work on those stringers, those glass canes that we'll be using later on this week. Right here in the center bench, we've had the first of our wings attached to this bird form. Really starting to turn into something recognizable. Over on the left-hand side of the studio, we continue to work on those Encalmo cups. And on the right side, currently working on a jellyfish paperweight, if you will, into and out of those rewarming chambers. Remember, those rewarming chambers operate at 2,300 degrees for the time that we're here in the studio. Now you contrast that with our crucible, which holds 1,000 pounds of glass in a molten state, runs 2,100 degrees 24/7. So here at the center bench, we're moving through the design process on this bird form. The next step we're going to go through here is Gabe has gotten a gather of clear glass from the crucible. He's now running it through the chunked up or chipped up colored glass that we have in our bowls here on the table. That substance is called frit. They're rolling it back and forth through the frit, adding some color depth, bringing this other wing up to not only the size and shape that we need, but the color depth so that it matches everything else. Let's take a run through that pipe cooler. It's nothing more than a water bath. Allows us to cool down the pipe so we can get our hands a bit closer to the objects on which we're working. Makes it a lot easier to carry that hot pipe around the hot shop floor. And we've gone back into the rewarming chamber to melt in all of that frit. Make sure that it's perfectly bonded to the clear glass underneath it. And when we're ready, we'll roll it back through that frit again, adding some more depth of color. We begin flattening it out, adding different colors to opposite sides. And when Gabe is happy with the amount of frit on the outside of that gather, he gets back into the rewarming station to melt all of that newly added powdered glass into the surface in preparation for addition to the bird form. All right, presenting here at the center bench, we've got the second wing in bit form being added. Trim that away, get it in an initial position, and then we'll get it all back into that rewarming chamber for a nice all-over diffuse heat before we get it back to the center bench and continue working on that form.